Hello, hello. How's it going, everybody? Put it in a little bit of that initial scene again, so it wasn't so jarring because it just messed with my head. I took out the countdown because it doesn't really make sense anymore. But how is it going? Day number 4 of streams in a row. Next week we'll go back to the normal once a week, and for the foreseeable future, that's what we'll do as far as streams. This is going to be more of a behind the scenes sort of stream. We'll hang out, ask questions. We can experiment with some codes, see if we can get things working. And we'll probably break a lot of stuff. That's how you learn, right? And from here on out, I'll probably end up doing more, like 10-minute videos and maybe some YouTube shorts or something like that as far as like actual focused content. And that'll go as just like normal videos on YouTube. So switching things around a little bit. But day number 4, in the previous 3 days, we started working on our chat overlay. So we don't have it up shown here right now. We've got the chat events coming in. They show up in our WebGL scene. We're throwing them in physics. So that'll be for some interesting integrations there. And then we've been working on getting that layout and the look right. And I think we're pretty close. We were running into some things. We'll flip over here to the display. And what we were stuck on was we got the layout of the text. Oh, and here we go. So like this, it's working. And we figured out we can have some that are dynamic. And that top one all the way up there, that's slowly moving down. That's actually a kinematic position, which means we are setting the position, or it's fixed as far as physics calculation, well, as far as interaction with other elements are concerned, but we can affect the position. So we can apply position changes to that top element. So that's what's happening right now. It is every tick we're applying another position change to it. And then that's shifting it, and everything else, all the other chat messages are responding to that position change essentially. So rather than our position change being more of a teleportation from here to here, it is it's a movement as far as the physics engine is concerned. So it means that we have less odd behavior as far as like interaction and elements going within inside of each other and like just exploding out. So this concept, we've reversed gravity where all of the chat messages go up, and then the top one we're gonna try to lock it right to the top of the this like chat bar here. We're making progress. But you can see before they all go off the screen here, they kind of overlap, and that's a bit that we've been trying to work out last before we ended the stream yesterday. And what we were attempting to do, we'll turn on debug mode so we can see these boxes a little bit more. We were attempting to do 2 colliders, a cuboid collider, and then the mesh collider. The mesh collider goes around these boxes, and then this cuboid collider, this one, acts like a margin. It's actually a little collider that's above it. So if we saved it, right? I think we can see it pretty more easily in here. They're over the top of each other right now. So the bigger outer box is our mesh collider, and the smaller one is the cuboid collider. So we need to position those. But you can see these text boxes aren't the same size. We're dynamically increasing the height of that text box, but our collider isn't changing either. And that's what we were stuck on yesterday. We were trying to get that layout to work with the colliders. And what we had settled on was doing this use frame. And a use frame is on every, it's similar to a use effect in React. On every, so rather than having an effect fire off initially, and then every time a value changes, this is sort of like a hard-coded on every like render pass, I guess, it does another tick of this. So literally on every tick, we're like recalculating and setting the height of these things. So this is doing way more than we actually, it's doing it way more often than we need it to. And the underlying Three.js and Rapier and working with WebGL, I think sort of have this expectation that you're putting a thing in and then you're mutating it. So you drop in a square and then you adjust the scale. But React kind of doesn't. React 3 Fiber I'm not quite sure about, but just straight plain React, it doesn't like if you are modifying the DOM without it knowing. It wants to control the DOM. It's the thing. It's sort of the layer in between you and like making changes to anything in the HTML. And if you start like editing it underneath it without it knowing about it, things get weird and you start seeing odd behavior. And that's kind of what we're running into here. We're changing the height of that mesh. We are scaling it up, which works. It scales up. But everything in here is rendered, and these are calculated. This mesh collider is auto-generated based on that initial height. And there doesn't seem to be a good way to like increase the size of that. But I think, say hello to Kitty. Meow. I think we're kind of fighting the system with this setup. If we're doing it this way, and we've got these two elements, this auto-generated one and this one here, we're modifying it like underneath. We're like doing under the table deals with our WebGL, and React doesn't deal with that well. It's not aware that we're making these deals. So I think what we're actually going to do, we don't need to have this auto-generated. For what we're doing, we can actually just set a size. We can generate it ourselves because it's a box. We're just doing a rounded box. Nothing too involved here as far as the shape goes. So we don't have to be reliant on this auto generation. And in which case, we can have both the mesh collider and the cuboid collider as separate components from the rounded box itself. And the reason this ends up being interesting, we can pull this out into a separate component. Oh, excuse me. We can pull the mesh collider and the cuboid collider out into a separate component. And this parent component be the thing that understands the size of the height. And we can pass in args that then change this, and I believe it will re-render if we change the input, which is what we want. And it's only going to re-render it when we change it, which is so much better than this. So that's what we're going to try. I think that's going to work. It feels like it fits within the expectations of sort of the React framework in general. We're going to give it a shot. And it would be nice to like test this beforehand, but even if we make this change and it doesn't work how we're hoping it will, or enable what we're hoping, I think it's still going to be just architecturally, I don't know if architecturally is the right word here, but I think it makes sense to have that abstraction anyways. So even if it doesn't enable what we're trying to enable, I think it's going to be kind of good to do regardless. So even if we do it and it doesn't work out, it's fine. So we've got our cuboid collider. First of all, let's take this mesh collider and let's just pull it out into a separate component, or into a separate piece from the wrapping the rounded box and being an auto-generated thing. So if we go to React 3 Rapier, yes, this. We want to check on, so there's automatic colliders, and then we can set our own. We don't want the mesh collider anymore. We want another cuboid collider. So we'll take this out. They're going to be siblings. So we're going to have collider, collider, mesh. And the args for it are going to be exactly the same as the rounded box, including the position. And we can leave the on click here. That should be fine. I don't think we need the ref, but we're going to leave it in there for the moment just because so it doesn't like randomly break stuff that we're not expecting to deal with at the moment. Whoops, not view source. I'm inspecting it already. Chat. I was wondering why it wasn't showing up. There we go. So we've got something different here. There appears to be some scaling that we might need to consider, which is fine. We can do that. The question is, which one of these is which? This doesn't actually enable auto generation anymore. So this, it's not enables this acts as the collider for the mesh. I think that's enough for the mesh. I think that's enough for it to kind of make sense what it's doing. But we're gonna actually just comment this whole thing out because I want to see which collider is which. So the margin, or that little gap one, is the small one. The big one here is it doesn't actually, well, it's interesting how some of the colliders like go over the top of each other and some of them don't. I don't quite understand why it's doing that. And then we also have that same overlay showing up here. Does that end up looking? See this is what I'm expecting. Whoa, that's not what I expected. So like with this integration that we have here, it almost seems like the ones that are shown and rendered in the view are the ones that are actually changing. And I think that's part of like what we're having issues with. The ones that are initially rendered off screen, we don't have a visible DOM node, so you can't get the height, and then it doesn't actually end up ever recalculating. So I think that's part of just the integration or the setup that we have as far as doing this use frame goes is causing us issues here. So that width is surprising. I wonder if the collider is just like, is it expecting this to be 2 or a half? Like, is it a? Oh, I mean, it kind of seems like it. It kind of seems like that's the expectation of that is that it's like a radius sort of situation rather than a width height kind of thing. So I think that's fine. Let's pull this out now into a separate component. So we're going to say const chat colliders equals this. And we want to have two colliders. We don't really want to have them as like nested within another component, so we're going to use the fragment syntax. And this is going to be chat colliders. Now, what do we expect to be passed in? We have got a bunch of variables here. These values are the same. So what we'll do is we'll get a position. And this will end up being our position. We are going to take out the collider ref because we don't care about that right now. And then we need gap and box. And I think that makes sense, just to keep it this way. But that doesn't mean that those values are going to be the ones that we're actually passing into it. So we can pass in box equals box, and we can do gap equals gap. So this should be enough to abstract that out and not break anything. So if we refresh, it should all still be working as you would expect. It's not. We are just spamming errors. Cannot read properties of null. Position, gap, box, position. Position, gap, box. This all seems fine. Chat colliders. It could be that it doesn't like cannot read properties of null. So we do have a ref, and now let's take this out. We're not actually using, or we don't plan to use it anymore. And I think it's expecting to have that ref, and that's why we're just throwing all those errors. There we go. So the height is using the default of 1, and our colliders are set there. So now if we do, actually we do need to do this because we need to grab the do we mutate that? I think maybe that feels dirty. We don't care about this if, but we do want to know the message box. And I think we potentially pull out this mesh ref as well. It is specifically a ref to this though, which we do care about. Let's keep that for now. And let's get this. And let's do this. We might want to pull out the ref stuff and this mesh stuff to be a separate components like we're doing with the colliders. But let's go ahead and check this and see that the collider thing is working. So we are getting the ref updating and the text is not updating. We missed this one. There. So now we have sort of the same setup and integration that we had before. If we now set the box.y equal to height mesh, is that actually going to change our colliders here? No. And I guess that kind of makes sense. And that, like, this is the other thing. Use frame. We don't want to do set state in here. We can potentially do something like if these are available and I wonder if we can get the scale. Can we just get the properties? I essentially, if we're going to do a set state in here, which they definitely don't recommend for obvious, well, I don't know about obvious reasons, but for good reason, it's definitely changing quite a bit. Oh, and see, it's ticking. It's flipping back and forth. So we can say if this there is a dot y. So if we could do dot y does not equal 0 or 1. So basically, if we have set the scale, we don't want to reset the scale again. So if the scale does not, or is equal to 1, excuse me, then we want to adjust the scale. Because it's very unlikely that we're always going to have to scale it, I'm pretty sure is what it's coming down to. And there we go. So we get the log once, essentially for each element. And then it's basically only triggering it once. So if we do a set state in here, it's going to be a little bit safer, I think. I don't think we're going to run into performance issues because this should only ever fire off once with the way we have things set up. And what we can then do is say, do we have a state in here? Use state, yeah. If we say, let's go ahead and take this off. Box set box size equals use state and this. So now we have a piece of state that used to be what we had with the box, but now we also have a way to change that. So if we can now modify the height of the box, I'm not sure what this is going to do. So let's go ahead and take this off for right now. And we'll strictly just do set box size. I think we can just change the one variable. So height mesh is going to be the new scale, and our initial state is 1. We're starting with a height of 1. So our height of 1 means that we can 1 times the scale. It's always going to be just equal to the scale. So we don't have to like grab the current state. We're only firing it off once. If it was originally 1, we're basically modifying it. So let's see what this does. It's firing a lot now. So that's not what we want. Because we're actually changing the size. We can do, what is the mesh dot, well, let's log out the mesh dot current. And let's turn this back on because because we do only want this stuff to fire once. If we look at the height, we can make the same assumption, scale to scale versus the not position. There should be like a size somewhere in here. Position, parent, matrix. It's not going to be a true size though. So maybe we still do want to actually keep our box separate. So we'll say box scale, set box scale, and let's just make this box again. So this will be like the initial size. And then we can set the scale from here. I think we'll roll with a number. And we don't really need to set the box scale then, I guess, here. I don't know if this is we need this to re-render. If we pass this in as prop to get it, will this count as basically re-rendering it? Or be enough to get it to re-render? So if we do scale, we set this scale, and we update the matrix, and then we can do set box scale equal to height mesh. What are we looking at now? Is this where? Yeah, let's take this one out for right now because that's just a little bit on the chatty side. Okay. It doesn't seem like it's actually triggering a re-render in any way, which is fine. It might actually be triggering a re-render, but we weren't considering this. So when we change that scale, we want that collider to update. Doesn't seem to be updating. Box scale. So we get the box scale passing through a second time, and it doesn't actually seem to be changing. So it almost seems like once the thing is rendered, it's not changing. Can we wait to render? Box, so box scale equals 1, null, otherwise do that. So basically don't put any colliders in there until you've actually set the scale. Look at that, look at that. Well, that one just like overlapped weird. Number 7, did you see that? 2 did weird things. 1 is fine. I wonder if it's because the colliders are like overlapping still. I wonder if there's some weird odd behavior going on there. This seems to work though. Only render the colliders after we've determined what height they need to be rendered at. So it doesn't seem like we can actually change them once they have been rendered. So we have to like unmount them and then like remount them almost. Let's go ahead and reset this and see what it looks like in here. Because this always seems to be a little bit different than our browser. That's not bad. It still seems a little bit choppy. But also, we're not going to have quite this much movement, I don't think. So I'm not sure if that's like a performance thing. And we can check out the frame rate and whatnot. I think there's React 3 Fiber has some performance monitoring things you can turn on, just like built-in components. So I would call that a pretty big win. We've got our colliders in here now with an appropriate size, and we are basically rescaling them here. Now we need to adjust the position of it. So the initial position is going to be for both of them. We want to have the const y is equal to we'll say gap y equals this, and const chat y equals this. We'll pull these out. Chat y, and that'll make it a little bit clearer that we mostly are just caring about this as far as our logic goes. So now what we want to do is those are going to calculate, and our gap y needs to be it's going to be partly based on the height. So the y location is going to be, no, this is height. We need to affect the position. What am I thinking? Let's go undo. Okay. So we actually don't need the box scale in here, do we? Because we don't want that to change. We want the position to change. So we're gonna say const. I guess I could do this. We'll spread it, and then we'll say y is 0. Y is 0. And we will replace those zeros, and since we're spreading, this needs to be an object. We're basically dynamically creating an object on the fly right there. The value here then ends up being this one's always going to be position. So actually we don't want to change this, but we do want to change this position. And this is going to be the position of the box plus half of that box height So we are actually going to do, we'll say back chat y. Const chat y equals this. That's going to give us the, let's see, args. That'll be the height. right? So do we divide by 2? Because we want half of the chat box height plus half of the gap height. What's that look like? Did I get that right? No. All right, let's take this out first. This should be the same as we had before. Let's make sure that's working first. What? Chat Y. Position, and Y should be this. Why aren't you working? Okay. Actually, here, I'm curious if this... So we took out those, like, extra... Oh. What? Why do some of them work and some of them don't? That one works, that one works, that one works. And then anything not on the screen then decides to just ignore all physics. But 4 works. What? Oh boy. What is the deal there? Okay, well, let's bring this one back in. Let's just make that bigger. And let's just remove this for the moment and say position is the same. And let's see if we can get those in there. Okay. And are all of those going to work? So those seem to work. I'm not sure why some of those message box ones, though, are just like deciding not to collide. Like it might be a... That's odd. That is odd. So if we take out this gap, it's there. Okay, so it's hitting the... So that is incredibly confusing. Incredibly confusing. Yeah, I'm not sure. So position, we've got... Oh, I was doing that. That's it. Position is an array. So if we do this, we need to do this, and then we're going to do this actually. Position 2, position 0, and this is going to end up being position 1. We'll just keep it as is. So that should give us the same values. I always forget that Argus is an array. Okay, that makes sense. So now we need to increase this. This needs to be, we're going to say plus chat y divided by 2. So that should put the center of that gap collider on the edge. It is not. Is it not divided by 2? That position, I think, is already divided by 2. Or something like that. There we go, okay. I feel like I'm missing some math in there somewhere. Except this one's actually... Well, no, that's right, yep. Okay. And now we need to go up an extra gap. Half of gap plus gap divided by 2. Whoa. I'm not sure why sometimes they overlap. That one shouldn't overlap, but that works. That is really interesting. I mean, it might be something with just the general size of these things. If we bump up the initial box size, what if we put a Z of they're really thin. It could be that getting the lineup perfect, sometimes they actually hit, sometimes they don't. And that, I'm actually okay with a little bit of depth there. Yeah, see, that seems to be the case. That it was actually working as we were expecting it to. It's just that they were so thin that it would clip occasionally. We are gonna drop that gap a little bit though. I think that gap is just a smidge too big. Let's do something let's do 0.1 as well. Oop, doing the highlight thing. And then we'll need to figure out the position for that top element. There is... Yeah, and so you can kind of see the depth too, which is nice. Let's turn off debug mode. You can see the margin. Oh, it's going way too high here. I'll have to point over here. I'm clipping there. Wonder why that. Yeah, okay. Let's see where that top text message go. It's a little bit. I can see it in that view. It doesn't actually look like it in this one. The bottom of the margin seems to be, rather than touching like this, that gap seems to be just slightly overlapping. I think we're not going to bother with that right now though. It seems to be fine. And actually, I guess the past 2 days we actually were talking about the determinism. So as far as the docs say, this is a deterministic physics system. So if you have the same setup every time, it should return the same output every time, which we've mostly seen. We have mostly seen that, but there is occasionally it doesn't, which has been a little bit confusing. And I think what is actually happening there is when we had these things so thin, it was deterministic. But there must be something with, if you have very thin, we're basically having pieces of paper touch. And there must be some sort of limit or rounding situation where it starts to become less deterministic. That feels possible, bug territory, but also scaling kind of situation. like that might just be expected, since you know at some point scaling you have to do some rounding. You can't have your values, you know, like infinitely scaly. Essentially, we can't represent, if we have like normal life size elements that are interacting, we can't do physics all the way down to the level of the atom. At some point we're like saying, you know, this is like a surface, that's as small as we're going to care about, and we're basically like rounding to the you know, the values that represent that surface rather than the values that you could use to represent us like an atom that's coming together and all touching to make up that surface. So I wonder if that's what was happening, and it was making it feel indeterminate even though it is actually determinate. So I kind of do like that look where there's like a little bit of thickness to these, which is kind of what I was hoping for. It looks like we're cutting them off just a little bit on the end there. We can deal with that. And then we'll have to do the text. So if we say, if we added like a new piece of text here, that logic is funky. So that's what I think we'll probably want to deal with next here. We might actually want to pull this out. We might. But I'm going to reserve that. That might be a stretch goal thing. It works. Let's ship it for now. We're going to turn this on because this was our initial just test to see if we can have one chat message push down all the others. And it does seem like we can. If we turn off a little bit of this damping, linear damping, let's set this to 1. We still do want a little bit of damping. I think 0 is the default. They're a little bit less bouncy. The thickness, I think, makes it a little bit more determinant. The density is what's sort of determining that bounce, I think. If you have a really dense object, I guess if they're all the same density, it matters less. But if you have a really dense object and something lighter hitting it, that bounce back and forth, I think, is going to be less. And also you can tweak that via the restitution, I think was the term for it. So we might want to still tweak that. But like this feels fine here. And if we do, let's bump this up a little bit. So like this feels good. If we can get that, if we can get the most recent message to spawn above, I'm gonna call it the fold, because that's sort of a web dev term, I guess. Or well, newspaper actually. Above the fold, meaning literally the part of the newspaper that if you've got a newspaper and you fold it, you get the thing folded and it's sitting on a rack at a newsstand. Whatever you see there on top, that's above the fold. So above our view, we want to generate, when we get a new message, we want to put that new message in there, and then we want to shift it down. So I think we need to determine the position for the top. And then we want to somehow, can we do, I'm wondering if we take out our default states and we actually grab streamer.bot, which is where we are getting the events from. Can I do a quick command that drops a whole bunch of events here that would have the same information and give us test data? Maybe we can do that. So if we do, can we do an action? I guess add. We're gonna say add test chat. Test chat. It's going to go into stream events. And we want it to, those are probably fine. I know this is a little weird, it's going in a different queue, but that's fine. We want to trigger some events. Can we trigger any events in here? Now, I wish I could scale up the size of this a little bit. It's probably a little bit on the small side, but so we can set the state. We can run an action. Run an action. So we can trigger another event. I don't know what that's gonna do though. I mean, we've got some stuff in here. Those old timestamps make me smile. All right, I thought we could from here trigger an event. Group queue random. Always run add. Oh, there. So we can do a hotkey. A hotkey, when we press it, will trigger an action. What do we do? Let's say Control Alt Shift X. I don't know. I don't want this key to actually like bind over the top of something else. So we're just gonna like boom. Now if we look at the queues, if we press that, we get a test chat event, which triggers. This should trigger a chat event. And a chat event doesn't actually have any actions. So I guess if we just straight up trigger that. And we look at the variables. Yeah, see, it's like it's going to be it's going to be completely different inputs. Which is probably going to potentially cause us issues here. So maybe this isn't going to be the way that we want to go as far as being able to trigger in some test data. We'll leave that hotkey there for now. I'm going to take this out though, just so I don't forget about it. We basically want to add these in over time. So that's going to be the trick here. But let's start like that. If we only have one event, where is it placing it right now? So it's placing it in there, and it's almost up at the top. When we get a new value, we are setting the state. And let's take this off because we don't want to move it at the moment. And we need to figure out this initial position, I think. So the initial position is going to be I guess I'm fine just leaving it as value of well, I mean it's basically 1 unit, so maybe that's sort of misleading. I think it's something like 8 is where we want to start it. And this is going to be interesting if we have lots of chat events. If people are chatting back and forth. And actually, speaking of which, we set our stream status is excellent. Distraction here. The latency that we had set the previous streams was normal, and I guess apparently normal latency is something like 15 to like 60 seconds. We were seeing somewhere on the order of like 20 to 30-ish seconds. So we're trying ultra low latency, which is supposed to be only a couple seconds. So I'm curious. I'll say here, I'll literally like and there's also chat latency. So if I say I'm going to hit enter right now, it's going to take a minute for it to show there. And actually it showed up pretty quick there, but I'm curious how quickly it shows down here relative to here and me saying enter. Comment below if you're watching this on the, well, if you're watching a replay, there shouldn't be any stream latency, but there's going to be latency between chat and the video. And I'm not sure how latency works with the chat, the replay of the chat either. I'm curious. If you're watching the replay, let me know below in the comments what latency that is. I'm curious how that all ends up working out as far as chat between the replays and the live streams and video as well. All right, initial position. 8 is not enough. Let's bump it up to 10. Now I'm not sure what this value that we're changing. This value is this I think it's the bottom left. Didn't seem to change it at all. 12. 16. Try 16, just go for it. What? Hey, okay, 25. It's not moving it. What? I'm gonna take these out. Those refs I don't actually need anymore. Initial position. Am I not using initial position anymore? Yeah, I am. First box Y location minus that times initial position. This might actually need to change. I think that logic is flawed. So first box Y location. This actually seems to be the value that we need to change. I'm going to take this out. And we're going to say box.y. I don't think that's right. And like this isn't gonna that initial position is gonna matter less once it's in place, because once we spawn it in there and we move it into place, there we go. This is starting to do more of what I'm expecting it to. Once we get it there and in place, we worry less about the actual position because we're gonna let the physics system handle that. So if we do 12, and let's do 0, only because this is going to give us literally right in the center. And right in the center of a scene. So squinting here, it looks like the position of the box is literally the center of the view. So if we say our initial position is going to be above, we're going to move it down. So this initial position, the origin is based off the center of it. So we need to move it up, and then we're going to do half the height when we do our kinematic translation. So we're going to set this. We're going to spawn it in a position above the chat, and then we're going to translate it down. And in that, so we got streamer.bot. The queue can I'm probably gonna have to adjust this. The queue can have somewhere in here, right? Where is it? There. Finish my sentence. Gotta finish my sentence here. The queue, I think, can have a delay. So you can only say only fire off an event every 1 second, say. And it'll queue them up. And then just kind of fire them off in that. So what we can do is if I can figure out where that is, and we can get that set up and working, we can make the assumption then that we're only going to get a new message every like 1/4 of a second, say. So once we spawn in a message, that gives us a 1/4 of a second to move it from its initial position into the top place. And then we can expect another message in there. So that way, if 2 people send a message at the exact same time, we're not going to have 2 messages jump right on top of each other and get weird physics layout stuff. So I think we can make that. I'm pretty sure we can do it in here somewhere. I'm going to need to find it. Timed actions? What's timed actions? Okay, so that's like a cron. And continue to trigger them. Set timer state delay. So that's a delay to do a thing. There's pending actions. And each one of these, we can pause them. Blocking. Oh, we can requeue stuff too. Okay. So this actually is going to be potentially helpful because we've got... Oh, that's my hotkey press. I've got a test chat here. So I can... we're We're going to move it over on the side, and then I'm going to requeue it. If we requeue it, oh, I don't. Do we not have those hooked up? We might not actually have those hooked up. Started at completed. Started. If we requeue it, it'll show up again. So we can trigger them over and over this way. And maybe we can set up a hotkey to do that. Action. Clear, get, run an action, pause. Rewards. What are the rewards? That might be interesting to dig into. I keep distracting myself here though. So we can set the chat event, so you can only select the action that it runs into. You can set a queue in the group. The group is mostly just for organization. Always run concurrent. Random exclude from history. So exclude from history and blocking, or not exclude from history. Concurrent would mean there you can have multiple of those actions running at the same time. What's blocking? Let's just double check this real quick. I want to, if we're going to be reliant on it, I want to make sure that we can actually do what I'm hoping to do. So we can trigger an action via command, events, or voice control. All actions in streamer.bat must be assigned an action queue out of the box to default. It's a non-blocking queue, meaning that all actions will be sent to it, will run immediately, and will be allowed to execute, meaning that they can overlap. Additional action queues can be configured in the action queues tab. To learn more action queues, sure, let's look at that. In settings, that feels like an odd place for it. Settings, general, no. Settings, general. What? What? Okay, I've got 1.14, so we're here. So general is going to look like that. Yeah, that makes sense. Action queues have been moved to their own top level tab and have a complete UI over. Click the link for more information. Okay. Yep. Okay. Queues. Completed count is only counted. Checking the box will make it a blocking queue. So each action to execute one by one with no overlap. And that means that I think we want to add an extra queue. We're going to say, we're going to call it blocking, and we're going to say chat events. And in our actions, we're going to say chat events should queue in chat events. And this is going to be blocking. So we can add actions to it. So you can see how they change. So I think now what we want to end up doing is our chat event is going in the chat event queue. We want to set a delay, get quote, comment, keyboard press. I think we want to set a delay. You can either set a variable or the value in milliseconds. So if we say 250 milliseconds, we should be able to only trigger this chat event once every, oh, let's look here. We're gonna do this. So I just fired off 2 events. They completed. And we can look at the duration. The duration of each took a little bit of time. So I'm assuming that is going to be pretty close. I mean, it's not quite 250 milliseconds. So there's like execution time overlap and whatnot. But it does actually seem to, I don't have milliseconds or anything here, but I think that is actually going to work. So if we're firing off a new event at the fastest it can go is every quarter of a second. When we're making a movement of a thing, it needs to happen within a quarter of a second. So we'll keep that in mind. I don't think it's actually going to cause us any issues. But it's something to think about. So we need to set the translation once it spawns in. So we're spawning it in. Let's bump up its initial position to be, where are we? Initial position is this, which matches our chat colliders. The initial position isn't actually going to matter. So like, I don't care about the index at all here, because this is literally just initial position. After we put it in there, we are strictly relying on the physics engine to help us out. So once we put in the initial position, everything else after that is not going to matter. So 10 is a little bit above. 12 might be fine. And now if we say, after it is rendered, we want to move the first indexed marked 1 down. And we want to make one movement. So we're going to say, we only need to make this happen once. We only want to make this happen once as well. But we can continue to set it until it's not 0 anymore, in which case then it flips off of kinematic position to dynamic. So I think this is going to be fine. We'll remove the performance.now. We don't actually care about now. We're not going to be changing the X and the Y. If we just set this to 0 right now, this should move it to position 0 basically right away. It didn't. And is that because it's rendered outside of the frame? Can we see it even? It appears to be there. Is this kinematic position based on where it currently is? Oh yeah, with respect to parent. So this is actually going to be where it is. Yep. So do we move it? We need to move it to a position where it is. We need to absolutely position it because we want it to appear up at the top, of which we can figure out what top. As far as the position that it requires, we can figure out what the top is. What is I'm gonna log it down here since I only wanted to log out once. What's the API again? What other options do we have as far as functions go? We are doing the set next kinematic translation. We can also set translation. Raw linear velocity, apply impulse, add force. So we don't really want to like add forces or anything like that. I guess we do want to just keep adding const now equals performance dot now. We're going to continue to apply. We're going to continue to apply translations. It's going to be like exponential. We're going to continue to apply translations until it hits a certain point of which we want the position of it to equal a value. So we can understand, we can figure out what the top is. We are in a specific chatbot, so based off of these values, we know what the top of it is. And we get a height mesh here. So if we say we're going to say const height mesh. Once we'll set it initially to 0. So we're going to mutate this variable. Once we figure out the actual height, so we can say if the index is 0, the height mesh does not equal 0. So once we have determined an actual height mesh, set it, then we can start triggering translations. And that translation is going to be, we want to continue to do translations until the position of this thing we're going to continue to do translations until the position of the element is where we want it to be. So we need to figure out what that actually is. Let's drop in a real short amount of text, because then it's not going to get... Well, no. Let's actually take off this. So we're not going to scale it. let's not scale it for right now. We want to figure out what, let's check out this for the moment too. We want to figure out what the actual top position is. Assignment to constant variable. So it is currently too high, which is fine. We're actually going to write down 12. I think 12 is probably a good number for the initial spawn of it. So if we can get it to, whoop, we got to go down a little bit, 9.5 maybe. We're going to try to get it down to where it needs to be, and the box that we're positioning is a unit of 1 tall. And if we're measuring from the center, so when we set this initial position, it's from the center of it, we can look at half. So once we get this into the right spot, our initial position, well, no, no, we need to know the top. So we're going to do basically this minus half once we figure out the right spot to put it. So it's still a little bit up there. I think it's going to be like 9.4 is where we want. So there's a little bit of gap there. If we pop it over here, a little bit of gap. Like that feels like a good spot. Put it right up at the top. So 9.4 is our number. Const top equals 9.4 minus box.y divided by 2. So this ends up being basically 8.9, and that'll put that's like the top. So based off of our camera and our scaling and everything in this WebGL scene, as far as the units go, 0.0 is like right in the middle. 8.9 is right up the top of our scene. So if we spawn the initial one in at 12, that's the center of that box, and we need to move the center of the box down to where the top of the box is in right at the frame, right at that this 8.9 top of view, we'll call it. So we need to apply translations until it hits that point. So if the index is 0 and our height mesh is 0 or does not equal 0, so we've set the height and figured out the height, so we know the height of our box, we want to continue to apply translations until I'm going to put another if in here. Because we don't actually need to calculate. I don't think it's going to make a difference, but this will sort of be a little bit of like an early return, I guess, because we don't care about this if statement until like once we have set it, and like once it's just in physics mode. Although maybe it doesn't matter. But anyways, well, we'll put it here. It's fine. So the top of the view, we need to equal the top of the view, or be, I guess, less than the top of the view. So this value needs to be less than top of view. Oh. So we basically end up applying kinematic translations until this value that we're going to figure out is less than putting it at the top of the view. And that's partly based on the height of the mesh. and it's the height of the mesh divided by 2. So that will give us the value up at the top. And now it's the value of the top minus the top of, or no, it's the actual value of where it is at that point. So the position. So we need to get the position, the actual position of it at that moment. How can we do that? Console.log. So like if we did this right now, it's not actually going to do it based off of, so if the height mesh is less than top of view, yeah, like this is going to continue to fire, so that's not going to work. Let's see if we can log out this mesh ref dot current. We need the position. We need the position of that ref. Position. Here we go. Well, that was easier than I thought. So I'm going to assume that once this fires off, and once this fires off, it will set this. This starts to feel kind of not great code. But we'll end up setting our height mesh, and the height mesh is the, once that's set, we should have the position. So we can say mesh ref dot position dot y. So that's going to be the center. That's mesh ref dot position dot y is going to be the center of that object. And if we want to figure out the top of the object, we can say plus half of its height divided by 2. And like the height of the thing is going to be, we could potentially pull it off of here. So like we know the height of it based on the geometry, but like that's not quite as easy. Like we could kind of use this, but also we already have the value here. So like, I think that's going to be easier to reason about. So let's see if it works. Cannot read properties of undefined, reading Y. So on line 96. So it doesn't like that. Oh, current. So we get that mesh, and it should be applying this translation. So it should be it should theoretically continue to apply this until it's where we're hoping it is. Mesh ref dot current dot position dot y. Let's go ahead and log that and see. We should be getting values here, because once that's set, we would expect it to continue to fire. It doesn't seem like it is, which is interesting. Let's change the top of view to 0. So I wonder if it's something with how it is like rendering it and putting it in there. Because if we bump this initial position, and we'll just say -4 so we can keep our like actual value there, they should put it like up there, and then we would expect it to continue to move down until it hits like below. And it only fires at once. So index is 0. Height mesh is not equal to 0. this, I would expect this to continue to fire. Console.log, no. So we have this. Like this has got to be a number. And that's not going to be... Like this ends up never firing. So this needs to fire. Oh, we only wanted to fire it if it's bigger. I got that flip-flopped. We want it to stop once it's smaller. So we're getting this value. So it fires once. It's actually setting the position to... we want to do... Let's do this. We just want to continually like move it down. Okay. So the first time it fires is like a very large number. This is actually setting the actual position. So if we do... I guess we can just figure it out. We don't need to like bump it down. We can just say, hey, we're gonna spawn you up here and move you down here. Be done with it. It is, I think, gonna work. So only run if it's 0 and our height mesh is set. And once we know the height mesh, we know this. And that should give us the actual position we want to set it to. Because then we can just directly set it. I think. It blinked. It blinked. Ooh. No, we actually want to do the top of the view. We don't care about its current position. We want to spawn it in and put it at a specific spot. There we go. So if the index is 0, it's not quite lining up though. Height and mesh. Is that where do I got that log? I'm logging out this. Since we got the top of view in there, we actually need to be minusing it, I think. It's blinking. Why is it blinking and just disappearing? Is it because it... We only need to do it once. So I think this is actually where the other part comes in. Yep. Okay, so rather than like continually changing it, we want to do this. We only want to change it once. So that's what I was messing up. We want to, once it hits the top of the view, minus the height mesh. If it's actually higher up, we want to move it to the right position. Once it's in the right position, then we're good to go. Otherwise it's gonna like keep refreshing to set it, I think. Not sure how rounding is gonna end up working here. There we go. It's still a little bit taller. top of view, top of the view. So we're setting the position of that element using its origin. Its origin is going to be the top of the view minus the height, which should be setting it right there. And we're going to fire that off if the... Here, let's log some things out here. Mesh ref.current .position.y. We're going to do this as an object so we can keep better track of it. Height mesh and top of view. And then we're going to go ahead and say check is this. So that should give us an object. What? Why isn't it not? Okay. Weird. So the check is, it needs to be at 9.05. Our Y is 8. Our height of mesh is 2.1. And our top of view is 8. So if we look at our math, we're saying if Y plus height of mesh divided by 2. So this needs to be less than top of view. So our check needs to be less than top of view. Check is less than top of view, so it's not. So I would expect this to continue to fire, which it might be. Well, we only make the use frame fires anytime anything in the view changes. So I think this is only firing once. If we were having physics movements, like we were moving this over and over and over and over, use frame would continue to fire. We are spawning a thing in, so this is only going to end up firing once because it spawns in and then it moves it. So we will only ever see this fire once. But as things are moving, this will continue to fire. But why is that not? So top of view, what does this look like? Translation, why is this? We got the check and we got the top of view in there. So our translation, we're setting it to this. So this plus height of mesh divided by 2 should be basically giving us the other value. So I think there's like a little bit of rounding that's going on here, I would guess, is why we are getting a little bit of a confusing value here. It is actually coming in it should be higher up. What's this giving us? If we just set it to the top of the view. Did we get our origins mixed up here? Is it not actually in the middle? See, this doesn't seem to be, top of view is 9.4. Minus box Y over 2. So this should be, top of view should be now 8 point something. 8.9. Does it move? But it's not showing up at all now. I get like an extra like divide by 4. I feel like I'm getting an extra divide in there somewhere that I'm missing. Interesting. Okay, let's do, because this sometimes is different than this. Okay, it's spawning in. Let's reset this text chat right here. Over here. Interesting. Now if we do text chat message, it is so we're setting the text chat message. It is still sort of like spawning it right in there again. Yeah, we would expect it to be spawned and moved down. So I think I need to actually set the translation to be much smaller. So we're setting the next we're setting the position of the next translation. Can we instead do rather than the kinematic position, can we do let's look at the API. So we can set the next kinematic rotation and the next kinematic translation. We can also apply forces and an impulse. If we do, I don't know if we actually can apply a force to this. Okay, yeah, we're clicking on it. Clicking on it should be applying a force, but see, we've got it locked to where we can only apply kinematic translations. So applying a force or an impulse isn't going to actually work on that object itself. So we can set the kinematic rotation and translation. So if we just slowly increment it and move it down, we can, if we get the the position is going to change every time we change it. So if we log out this, if the index is 0 and the height mesh is that, so we want to continue to trigger it. If we say const now equals performance.now, this is going to be relative to this chat box. So once the chat box is in position, we're not going to get the performance.now firing. Once it switches to dynamic physics, we shouldn't be doing the performance.now. So we can say we want to take its current position and we want to move it down. and we want to move it down by a small amount. And we'll just keep moving it down slowly. And I guess we don't actually need now. We always just want to keep moving it. We want to take the current position and move it down one. Move it down like one increment. And this is going to fire. I would expect this to continue to fire. We do have it. No, we don't have it wrapped in there anymore. So it should only be. It should start firing if the index is 0 and the height mesh does not equal that. So we should be able to continue to set a translation over and over based on this render loop. But it only seems to be firing once. All right, let's look at the use frame docs. Or the docs for use frame rather. We want to go to React 3 Fiber docs. And we'll search for use frame. Taking over the render loop. So this is going to be, so let's do execute code on every rendered frame. So every time we render a new frame, this should fire. And a clock delta. Your callback function will be evoked just before a frame is rendered. So this is doing it just, it's doing it before the frame is actually rendered. When the component unmounts, is it on? So we almost want to do it after the frame is rendered. Can we say using not take over the render, but useful? You really must order the sequence. Okay. Callbacks will be executed in order of ascending priority, similar to DOM C order. So this is taking over the render loop. The user has the responsibility to render. This will so if we set this value, we are taking over and we need to actually render it. Getting stiff here. Oh boy. Be careful what you do inside of your use frame. So this is all going to fire before we actually do a render. So we almost want to. Do we do a use effect instead? Because this is sort of like an effectful thing. If we say instead use frame for that, we want to adjust stuff before basically this first thing is rendered. That feels fine. If we then say use effect, if the position, anytime the position of this one changes, use effect. And this is all going to be based off of the meshRef.current.position.y. So anytime this mesh's position is changing, we want to fire this off. And we're going to fire it off as long as the we're only going to execute this if in this situation. So like this will actually continue to fire because the position is going to continue to change. But it's going to stop actually executing any code once it goes into like dynamic mode. And this like initial render isn't going to work. So if this. Because we need to fire and render off first. Cannot read properties of null position. So if it is existing and we have a position, then start firing off. Cannot read properties of null. So it still can't get that position. This may actually end up being undefined. But we just want to... Okay, okay. And we're doing one log. So we are getting the logs here. This is firing off once. And it's doing those logs. Are we getting any fires of this use effect? We've got to, because it's moving it. Otherwise we wouldn't see it. Mesh ref.current. Well, I guess I can do it. Well, yeah, we should continue to get this use effect. Uh, 99, yeah. So it fires off once, and then it fires off again. And that second time it fires, we have a position. We do have a position. The position is 8. Let's go ahead and grab all of this. And we're going to say, let's look at this. Let's look at index and height mesh. And let's log out those pieces because those are the things that are dictating if our kinematic position is firing or not. So our height mesh is 0, our index is 0, and our mesh ref is 0. So this is only firing off the one time based off of this position. That doesn't actually end up changing after that fact. So if we end up also saying height mesh, because if the height mesh changes, we want this to refire. This is gonna execute before this will execute on the first render and change the height mesh. But once it's rendered, it stays in one spot. So I think I also want to kick it off based off the height mesh. So height mesh is still 0. It could be that it doesn't like that mutation. We really care more about the box scale. So if the scale changes, that's going to relate to the mesh itself changing. Okay. So we're getting a log here. We're still not getting the log on 106. So this is not firing. So we are checking this. Height mesh is still 0. So this is firing. It appears to be firing after our mesh. So we're getting these two logs, 93 and 94. So it fires once. And it says, hey, well, those are all 0. And then it fires, or use frame fires because it's doing a render. And then it says, hey, actually, these changed. So we've got updated values here. Height mesh. Oh, I'm not actually using that anywhere. Const. Yeah, so in reality, I should be doing box scale. So box scale is here. So box scale is not equal to 1. Then let's do some stuff. The box scale chaining is what's going to kick it off. Here we go. Okay, so we can't see it. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It might just not be positioned well. So fires off once. We are getting the log on 105, and then it's doing a translation. And it's doing it based off of the position. So our meshref.current position y is value of y. So it's 8. So the position of this thing is 8. And we are moving it by that much. So that value should be changing, which I would think would kick off this. This feels awful, but position. We'll call it static position y. Set position y. Use state. So it's going to be undefined at first. And static position y. Let's watch that instead. So now what we're doing, oh boy. We're taking the current position and moving it. So we'll say const next position equals this. And now if we do this and we do this, that will trigger set state changes, which I think is going to then re-trigger it a bunch of times. So we get potentially more triggers. $99,106. So we get a Y, and a Y is still 8. Are we not moving it enough? I wonder if there's a minimum. What? Yeah, Y is not actually changing. Why is it doing that? So if it's not in view, I wonder if it doesn't actually. I wonder if it's like not rendering it basically, which could make sense because there is a. Let's bump that top of view down a little bit. There is some code to like prevent it from, or to remove it from the scene once it's once it like goes out of the scene. Loading models, advanced scaling performance. Where would that be? So we can tell it to not like unrender it basically. Loading textures. I think it's dispatch maybe. Disposal. So you have to manually do it in 3JS, but React is aware of object life cycles. So it'll attempt to free the resources for you once it unmounts. You can switch it off by placing dispose null onto meshes, materials, or even parent containers like groups. So we can say dispose is null, and that will kind of lock it in. And it won't try to dispose of it. I don't know if that's actually what's happening or not, but it could be. It feels really weird that like it doesn't seem like it's actually changing anything. It's setting the next position. We should be getting in the next console.log. Next position. What are we setting? Is it... Let's go to the go to the Rapier docs. The docs have JavaScript. You can search for it too. Rigid bodies. That's in JavaScript. Good. So this. For position-based kinematic bodies, it is recommended to use that. We only have one reference to it. So we set translation. So we don't want to set it directly as that results in weird behaviors. So for dynamic bodies, you can move them by either setting the velocity or apply forces or impulses. For velocity-based kinematic bodies, we recommend to set the velocity. Others you can do position-based, which is what we have. We can use these. They want to immediately modify the position of the kinematic body itself. The position of the kinematic body will automatically set to these values during the next physics pipeline update. So we might actually get, like, it could be like sleeping or something like that. And actually, on that note, if it's sleeping, we won't get any more physics calculations. I wonder if that's why it's not firing. So the second one is the number 2? No, 1. Things are firing. And we only see number 1, right? Yeah. So we're seeing this. Number 2 doesn't seem to be there at all. So for some reason, like, that's not actually getting spawned in. And for number 2, we would expect some of this stuff to fire. So it's 7, 7. So like, this is not actually changing. What is this value? Mesh current, so Y. Y is 8. Y is 8. It's not actually changing that. So API.current set next kinematic translation doesn't seem to actually be changing it. Why? I feel like I'm missing something obvious here. See, like it doesn't seem to keep on refiring. So there is, all right, initial position. Let's bump that out. X and Z is fine. Pixels per unit is probably fine. We are setting the size. I guess I kind of want to keep that API in there because it's easy to reference it then. Except let's do console.dir API. Does that actually make it say API in the logs here? Object. Nope. Okay, stick with log because that's actually going to give us, there we go. So this is firing twice. One for each. That makes sense. We have 2 chat boxes now. So it's firing twice, one for each mesh. We've got 2 meshes. So we got index of 1 and index of 0. So index of 0 is coming in at 12. And then we're saying, hey, set the next translation to 11. It's not actually doing that. So the next position is here. And -5. Six, yeah, like we're giving it a value. What are we missing? We've only got 1 use of it here. Let's look at the Rapier docs and examples. Because we have this example that we were looking at before. So it is taking that platform and it is setting the next translation based off of now. So the time is changing it. So this is like an initial location, and then it's sort of making it bob up and down. Let's actually just grab this, because this should give us something. It's not firing over and over and over. Why would it be doing that? Or why would it not be doing that? Let's put all of our events in here and see what happens. Oop. I think it's something like the physics system is turning it off. There's something that's causing this basically just only fire once or twice. And it's like the object is sleeping or something of that sort. So like we get a bunch of indexes, but it's only firing that like once or twice. So something is going goofy here. We tried this before, and we were doing this now, and we were saying something like minus now times 0.01 or something like that. And that was getting it to just like slowly move down. Let's take out the let's take out this, because we're getting stuff to fire at least. It moved. What? What? Deprecated feature used. Why did it move before? Actually just saw that I disconnected. Interesting. We are seem to reconnect fine. Interesting. What we're doing in reverse, because we want the most recent message up at the top. So it's taking this and putting this up at the top, and that's why it's sitting there. So I think like when we save and restart, it then like doesn't become, you know, there's something with like the how much reloading where it's actually like not the most recent one, so it's like unfixes it, I think. So this is like setting it all the way down to the bottom, and it's we're doing this, we're like cutting it off. So if we say, actually, you know, just fire this off, like let's go, you can see that jump, like it jumps down there pretty quick because of this now. So if we say, well, do the next position, just keep moving it down. Sixes. It doesn't actually seem like it's moving it, which is really confusing. See, like it's not rendering anything. I feel like we're in this like state of it almost is working, but it's doing some, like we're getting some errors in here that just like aren't surfacing. And it feels like it's potentially a combination of things that we're doing with the use frame and use effect, and also the integration between the Rapier physics and React 3 Fiber. Like there seems to be something is happening there. That interaction of all these things, because they spawn in, we can't see them. Here, let's do, if we actually turn on orbit controls, we'll be able to turn and rotate, and that might actually change how it decides to remove and dispatch these things. See, like we don't get any, oh, they're there. Okay, I refresh and I'm just straight zoom out. So there's some that are just going all the way up. Because, let's see, we got a use frame. Well, everything else is going to just constantly moving up, which isn't unexpected. I think partly it's because we're spawning in a whole bunch of them at the same time, which is not actually how it's going to end up being. So if we go like this, because we said before, our expectation is that they're coming in one at a time. So we have the one. it's there. We, well, we don't want to turn that off. Let's leave that there. Leave the orbit controls there. I don't know if it's actually despawning it or not. Then if we do this where we are firing off additional things. Oh, no. I guess let's pull in this whole thing again. And this. And we just focus on this one. It is staying there. So it is not actually updating. So the if mesh.current and position is set and index is 0 and box scale does not equal 1. So what is our values here right now? Whoop, whoop, nope, nope. This. Console.log. Let's log out the mesh ref, the index, and the box scale. It is changed. So it's definitely, this fires off because that changes, and then the position changes, so it fires it off. I wonder if it's like a weird recursive thing where it's only letting the recursion happen a couple times. Because it fires it off because of the box scale changing. I'm assuming we get this. Well, by the time we get to our first use effect, our box scale is already changed. So like, I don't think this is actually going to make a difference if we have this in here. I don't know. Maybe it's like a race condition situation. It kind of seems like it is. Because it fires off. Oh, this doesn't seem like it ever fires off. Oh, I guess if you got a blank one, it just fires off a mount. If you don't have a blank one, it only fires off when those values change. Okay, so it's firing off when it changes. And we get a log of all the values, and we set the next position. And then let's look at the static position as well. Let's put it after mesh ref. I don't know if it does actually see. Oh, okay. Static position. Okay, static position does actually change. And it's 11. Which should be moving it down. So we're setting this set position Y. We do set it here and it does show up on the next run. Oop. Come on. It's undefined. We fire the thing off, we get the next position of 11. So then when it triggers again, we do have 11 there. We do this again, and then the final log is 113. So we're getting the next position. So the next position also ends up being 11. This is refiring a second time because we're changing the state. And that state change is what fires it again. But it's when this changes, the second time we're doing the set position Y, it hasn't actually moved. What? Do we have like a is sleeping or something like that? Mass reset. There's like a way to tell if it's sleeping or not. Sleeping? Sleep. So that's kind of handy. We are actually going to toss it in here, and I don't know that yeah, we'll put it up at the top. I don't know that it's Is asleep. False. Is asleep. False. Is asleep. False. So it's never asleep. It's not actually sleeping. But this like set next kinematic translation doesn't actually seem to be changing it. I am so confused. API. API is on the rigid body. Why isn't it changing it? If we set the now const now equals performance dot now times now time or yeah, let's do a very small number. Well, actually next position, times now times 0 0 0 1, sure. Thirteen. To do a minus. Where is that? Wait, next position. That'll start like making it move quicker. But it's not going to end up being the same value every time, I believe. Yeah. So it's going down. But if you look at that Y, it's not actually ever moving. It is moving. What? What? Okay, if we open this up, we were looking at the position. The position must not actually update. Only physics. Is it only the physics engine? Okay, here, let's take this off. That would actually explain a lot. Because we were looking at the position, waiting for that position to change, and that position isn't actually changing. It's the so like this API if we're looking at this mesh ref, it's not actually, this position actually is not changing at all. Like that's sort of just the initial position. So how do we tell if it's moved or not? Can we find the position somehow? Sets the position after creation. Can we do a get? Get position? What about the handle? Event handler? So how do we tell like where it is in space? Because we don't want to get the position. We just want to see what it is. Sleeping, continuous collision detection. There are like events that we can subscribe to that, like here, on sleep, on wake, on collisions. So in that rigid body, there's events. Can we get a list of events in here? Classes, enumerations, interfaces, physics hooks. So we want to find, can we search position? New position, configure. We just want to see like the properties. Interfaces, functions, version, vector. So what uses this? Vector 3. If we've got a rigid body has methods. Constructors. We can do a wake up. I'm guessing some of these are like on, but there's also, we see some of these like set, which is the API stuff. Add forest, apply. There is some properties. You can find the next translation. What's this handle do? Handle is a number. Okay. Well, that's just like a reference to it in the space. Body type, collider. So how do we get the position? I feel like we're missing like positional information. Recompute mass properties from colliders. Gravity scale, wake up, translation. World space translation. Interesting. So if we do, so we've got the API there. Let's go ahead and log out the console.log api.current.translation. Is that actually going to be a valid function? So we get a translation. and we get a translation, but it's 0. The world space translation of this rigid body. Just also wake up in the set translation. This rigid body is, it says the future translation after the next timestamp integration. This should be used instead of set translation to make blah, blah, blah. So how do we figure out what? Like, how do we make the next tick go? Restrict, reset forces. Next translation. For non-kinematic bodies. So if we would do this after, we should be able to see it here. So it should actually be defined. Okay, next translation is not defined, which is confusing. And so like there's a bunch of these values that don't seem to be exposed, I'm thinking. Body type, apply, impulse, add torque. Let's look at the API. What else do we have here? Raw. I think we just start dropping a bunch of these in. So there's a bunch of like applies. Handle, I don't think it's going to give us anything. There's this mass on the raw. I wonder if there's any values there. We don't want to set, and translation feels like it would have some value in there, but it doesn't seem to. Translation, raw, and mass. What are these going to give us? So we get a vector. That does actually change. So if we've got, interesting. So the last value is collider set handle user data. So line 124 is the raw, and then the second number is so 125. The mass is changing? What? What? 123, our vector is changing, so the translation is definitely doing something. So if we end up doing we are checking to see that this and then the position is actually changed. If we instead say this, well, no, I mean, so this is checking that those are set. Once it's set, it should be fine, and we can keep firing this off. We need to like refire it off every time though. And it basically ends up being that, I guess. Because you got next position. It's still confusing that it's not actually like changing anything. So well, we're looking at the Y right there. It's there, right? It's there, but it's just like not moving. Oh, I feel like we were just so freaking close. And it's just like getting the thing to move down is like tripping us up hard. Holy. Unexpected. I think this is fine. I don't think we need the performance. We have figured out that we still only want to fire this off once the position is set, because that's sort of an indication that this thing exists and that we've got some sort of like scale change or anything in there. We'll leave the sleep stuff on there because that's just kind of nice to have. And we're calculating the position here. So actually, if we do this, I want to know that translation, what that previous translation was, and we're going to just keep on shifting it down one every time. And this. So then this is going to be next position. Because we need to keep firing it. Nan. 112. Next position. So that's actually going to end up dot y. Because that's an object. So it's 0 to start, which makes sense. I guess we can say if this equals, I mean, if we haven't fired it off, that's always going to be 0. But it could potentially also be 0 because we're going to be minusing, like we're gonna start up at a value and then we're going to eventually reach 0. So like we can't check to see if this is 0. We need to somehow check if it's fired off before or not. So if we say how would we know that it has been fired? The first time this fires off, it's never actually going to get to 0. It's never actually going to get to 0. So if this, if that equals 0, then we're going to use the position. Otherwise, we're going to use this. And then all of that is going to be minus a step. Const translate step equals 1. We need to make this a colon. Okay. So now we're saying that if the translation is 0, so we haven't actually fired it off before, we're going to base it off the position because the position is the initial, basically the initial position. Otherwise, we're going to base it on the translation, and that should continue to trigger it. 11, 10, 10. Let's change this here. And this is our check. So in this case, we're continually firing it. This is our next position. We start at 11, and then we go down to 10, and then we go down. We don't go down a second time. We are looking at the static position, which is the set state. So we're setting the state on every tick. And we're also watching the box scale. So box scale is going to be the thing that triggers it initially. We're logging all that out. Is this not changing? Meshref.current.position. Yeah, so that meshref position never changes once it hits the physics system. So we get a box scale of 2, where y is 0. Y is 0 doesn't make sense because that's actually the translation. So the translation initially is 0, which feels weird. It feels like that should be set. Either way, we've kind of gotten around it. It's 11, and then the next time it goes, it's 11, and we set it to 10, but it's still 11 here. So it's like it's set, but it doesn't actually do a tick. So it's not like recalculating it after we move. Is it? Do we have the sleeping in there? No, we don't. It shouldn't be sleeping ever. But let's go ahead and log that out just in case. So our check we're not actually even doing anything with right now. And we're not doing anything with the top of view. So let's just focus, we're focusing on this. Translation Y. Isn't actually set now. So let's just focus on those 3 values. We are getting 11 and 11. So it's not asleep. Position never changes, which we saw. And here, it's not actually doing anything after we set the next kinematic translation. So between a minus, the position starts out as 12. So we're getting the translate step and we're setting the next kinematic translation, but then it never actually continues. So why isn't it calculating next kinematic translation? So the rigid body here is a kinematic position. And kinematic position. Oh, this does have the restitution, which is nice for the torus. So it's not going to get all bouncy because of that. Position cuboid. Receive shadow. So it seems like it just stops firing. This is in the use frame. So on every render, we are still getting that. Render. Does it just stop rendering? We get a render, and then it does it's just like it stops rendering. Why? Gravity vector is non-zero. Your rigid body is a dynamic rigid. You didn't like translations. Oh wait, rigid body isn't affected by gravity. Okay, applying a force to a rigid body doesn't work. Why is everything moving in slow motion? Okay, so it is to use SI units, which is huge. Okay. So meters, seconds, kilograms. So it's just like a unit, and you can kind of like determine. You basically end up determining your own units. And I think effectively what they're saying there is use SI units. The math between them is easier for metric, but then it's all effectively relative, I think, is sort of what we're getting at here. But why? I just don't get why it's stopping on collision. Subscribe to, like, it says it doesn't say that it's sleeping, but it just it will assume that at a fixed rate of 60 frames per second. You can also manually set the physics simulation by calling this step. I don't really want to configure the time step size. I just want to understand why it stops stepping. Okay, let's get rid of this. We could, okay. This stops firing for some reason. So we know that. We're logging out in the use effect, and we're logging out here. We get a single render, and then we do some translation stuff, and then it just stops working. This translate does not seem to do anything. Times performance.now. So it's like there's something that like to cause it to continue to calculate. Const now equals performance.now. It says it's not asleep, but it just stops. So we set it to 10, but it's still 11. Why? Times now times 0.001. So that will, well, I can actually just put it here. Oh, translate step. Times now times 0.001. That should like keep bumping up that step. So why does turning that on suddenly make it start moving? It's going down. Oh, there we go. Is it just that far up? So what I'm doing here is I'm changing the step. And if we scroll up a bit, let's see, our y is not changing. So there's a handful of steps where it just stops moving. So there's like three calculations, 3 or 4 calculations where it's just like not doing anything. So this, we can't strictly rely on what the previous position was as a way to trigger this to like continue to change, because this continues to trigger the use effect, so it'll keep moving. But what was happening is we were setting the position, and the position was the same because there's 2 or 3 ticks before it actually like recalculates another position. And by doing the performance.now, what we're actually doing is sort of like forcing its hand. Translate step. So it starts off as 1. And we can, I mean, 1 is not actually helping us much there. 0.0001. So this will, I guess we really only need it. I mean, I want to stop calculating that at some point. I think that might, I don't know. I'll try it. So that drops it, and it's basically moving it over and over and over. And it is all relative. So we're moving it based off of the previous position. Okay, so it's coming down. And here, our Y is really big. What? So when we start this off, let's check it out. It is moving. Is it just like really high up there? Does that first, when we set the translation, it starts at 0. That is based off the initial position. So when we do, okay. It starts off as 0. This ends up being relative. So if we say the next position, it's always going to be this minus this. It's actually going to start off as 0. And then, so this ends up having a built-in, like, it starts at 0, and then we're minusing, and we're going to continue to minus. So, yeah, that should work out. So this, setting the next translation, we are using the current translation and bumping it down slightly every time. And, this, we have to, we can't just do a step. Like, we can't just say 1, because the way this ends up firing off, we're getting use effect to fire like 3 or 4 times for 1 physics step. So this only fires off once, and we don't get another physics step. So by using the performance.now, we're actually like circumventing that issue, because this is giving us a continually increasing value that will move it faster and faster and faster. But that value ends up always changing enough to like continue to kick this. So this will keep firing over and over and over, even though we haven't done any additional steps. So if we now look at this and we say it's going to be our position minus, or well, in this case plus, because that's actually a negative value. So the initial position minus the amount that we have translated, and the height mesh, this might be enough to like move it down until it hits the top. And then the console.log should stop firing. Well, we'll put it in there. That should get it to stop firing. So what are we working with? Height mesh is not defined. Height mesh is there, which is fine. Box scale and height mesh end up effectively being the same thing. So sort of weird to put box mesh there, but I think it'll be fine. So now I would expect this to continue to fire over and over and over. We might have something wrong here. Let's go ahead and grab this and let's log this out. Console.log. So we're going to say mesh y is this. Translation y is this. Box scale can just be in there as itself. And then top of view is going to be in there as itself. And wow, you're not happy about that. Expected this. Oh. Got an extra open parenthesis there. I feel like we're getting close finally. A whole bunch of these like interesting caveats that I was not expecting with this. So it moves fast, which is fine. So we're getting a mesh y, box scale, and top of view. So mesh y minus, we need to go like way up to the top because we don't really care about all these later values, just this one. So mesh y, we're getting some minus, some minus, some minus. Eventually, mesh y minus that is going to be below top of view. So let's simplify it. Start out here. And just say this plus this needs to be less than top of view for it to run. Oh, nope. Greater than. So if that's taller, if that's higher up than where we want it to go, there we go. Actually, it's like perfectly positioned. What? Did we actually like hit something on the money? Oh, okay. Take this out, take this out, take this out. Golly. Let's put a note in here. We need a dynamically increasing step as a step in physics may only happen once per 2 or 3 calls of this effect. There we go. So now, I don't know if this is going to work, but let's see what this looks like. And that's because the initial position of each one of them. We're dropping them all in at the same time, and our expectation is we're coming in one at a time. And we're dropping all these in at the same time, and they're all like on top of each other. So if we start with the 1, and we say just like, this is going to be like our hello world, and then we can type from here for additional events. That was great. Because it's physics. Okay, well, that was weird. That was odd. So we're getting renders, but it's not quite coming in how I would expect. We could also throw an additional use effect in here to just like keep triggering more and more of these to come through. Right now we are like overriding it basically right here. So we could throw in a thing to just keep on popping on more and more of these. And I think that'll be one way to test this. We want them to each come in. We don't want that physics like just smash it out of the way. So let's bump up the initial view gap. Let's bump up the density and linear damping. Since they're all the same density, like it's gonna be a hard. This should push slowly. And it may be that it's just coming in too fast. It comes in real fast. And also, like, I think there's some re-render things going on potentially. If we do, because we're getting a new, we're doing like a set state. So it's like re-rendering all of those objects, I think. If we do this, that's really slow. Too much. It is like an exponential speed increase thing too. So, boop. Bap. It's not bad. That's actually not awful. I don't mind that. So we do have to adjust this like where it stops moving, because some of those height differences there are tweaking it a little bit there. So if the current position minus the translation is greater than top of view, we also want to minus out the box scale, I think divided by 2. It's either plus or minus, I'm not quite sure. That put it down too far. Where was that? Box scale divided by 2. So minus. Nope. So this position, it could also be this top of view that we need tweaking. I want to say it's either plus or minus there. Let's because we do box Y. Let's do 9.4. We'll just straight up do a 9.4. Let's see what this looks like. We want it to be plus, I believe. And that's plus divided by 2. So if we do, well, let's keep looking at this and say we do another message. Where is that going to come in? It still seems like the gap is just a little bit big. So we want to move up the top of view slightly. Let's do 9.6. But at least it seems consistent now. So 9, well, let's just go 10. I don't know that it's going to be 10. It's probably going to be like 10 minus the like thickness. Well, it's all the way up at the top. $9.9. And I guess it's sort of like the gap. If we do like 10 minus gap. This isn't actually true anymore. It comes in and more messages. Bumps everything down. Spamming the chat here. This doesn't seem bad. It's still hitting it pretty hard. Let's do, we're gonna say this, but then we're gonna do this. So we're like halving that speed just a little bit. Our density is already pretty high up there. We could also potentially tweak the restitution because I think that's sort of what does the bouncing. Check. You can see the first one kind of shifts up because we trigger when a new message comes in, the one that's stuck up at the top is not actually held in place anymore, and we get a new one that's held in place. So if we do chat, I'm looking up here now, reset this. I don't mind that. That's not bad. Let's do the take out the default test state values, and then we're going to chat events. Let's look at the chat events. Let's test real quick to make sure that if we got a bunch that come in, if we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's not actually delaying them. It could be. It could very well be because we are getting the durations here, but we need to potentially bump that up. So we're gonna say, we're gonna call this 500 milliseconds because it takes. We'll do 3/4 of a second, and I think that's gonna help it like not spawn on each other. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're still getting some spawning on each other. I don't really want to put like a big delay on this. It's still coming in twice. Let's see. Queues. It is blocking. And options. I don't want it to be concurrent. Well, no. The options is if concurrent would be the sub actions, I think. So I wonder if this delay is not actually doing what we're expecting it to. It does say that it's taking 2 seconds. But we seem to get chat events coming in all at the same time. Like it actually does not seem to be doing what we would expect there. So started at, they're in the queue. It could be when we get an event from streamer.bot, we are getting events. Let's look at the servers. Like if we crank this number, and we say, let's say 15 seconds, we should be able to watch the queue. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got them in the queue. So we would expect them to come in one at a time, basically. I wish I could see more like pending actions here. Running. Queued and started at. So we're getting pending ones. Action history. It does say, so it's not actually showing up here. What are we seeing as far as this goes? So it's coming in queued correctly. And if we do, we'll say 5, 6, 7, 8. The events here are not actually, the events that are firing with this servers and clients isn't actually respecting that. So that's our issue here. WebSocket events. When we see, we're subscribed to Twitch events. So we're getting a note of, or we're getting an event every time a Twitch message comes through. We have a bunch of stuff here. It's general. Raw. So we can get command events. So we get a bunch of events. It doesn't necessarily seem like those events are lined up with actions in any way. Because we really want to see the event after it fires. Get events. Yeah, so we're actually getting events every time we get a Twitch chat thing. We get it immediately. So this queue thing, not gonna work for us. Which, unfortunate that that's the situation. Oh, you can make other WebSocket connections from here to elsewhere. That's kind of nifty. So how do we do that then? Add sub-action actions. So let's, the docs aren't necessarily current. There's a possibility, and you know, happens with all programming things. Sometimes the docs lag actual implementation of things. So if we look at the stream events and we do the event list, what does the event list actually have? Can we get actions out of this event list? Events general, so we can get application events. There's a raw, so we may be able to Twitch, YouTube. We could potentially check for the action. I'm not sure what that's going to look like though, because we don't want to like lose all of that context and that information that comes with it. But let's give it a try. So we got a command, and we got the YouTube. The command is actually going to work because the command is separate from a YouTube event. So we can still use the command stuff, and there are delays and such with that. But we also want the raw action. And there's also a sub action, but I don't think I care too much about that right now. So if we subscribe to this, and we don't need this, are we logging out all of the events? Somewhere in here. Yes, we're logging out all events. So if we say howdy, we should get a YouTube and the raw action data chat event. User arguments. It's a little bit more sketch, I feel like. But we could do it. We could do it. Because I think it's got everything here that we need. There's the event and data. We're just going a little bit more low level. So if we look at in our chat canvas, we want to do filter by alert dot event dot source. Source is raw, and alert dot event dot type equals action. And then we want to make sure that the action is a chat event. So dot data dot name. And alert dot data dot name equals chat event. That's going to give us, we are now subscribed to this instead. So we'll have to change our filtering and how we're dealing with it a little bit down in our use alert. So now we are getting events, an event comes through, and we can't just use the data. We need to use the data dot arguments. The potential benefit though is we've got now the user information that's stored in streamer.pub. So there are roles here. So we could actually use, because we don't really have too much here. I don't think we get the subscribers VIP from YouTube yet. But we could actually do things with the roles. So I don't I don't mind actually using and relying on this. Arguments. We might need to be a little bit more careful in updating. But I think I'm kind of okay with that, honestly. So if we say, hey, we are getting some values coming through now. So channel alert comes through here. We are doing channel alert event ID, data arguments. It's action ID now. So slightly different. So if we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we get a bunch of them coming through. They're not showing up yet though, because they're pending. That's sort of annoying. It is delayed though. So we're getting children with the same key. Channel alert. So it's firing off and we're getting IDs. Data.id. Oh, that's the action ID. We need the message ID. Action ID is the same action for everything. We actually need the message ID. And we still got one actually queued up here. And this, I think, is actually going to be where it gets interesting, because we can say requeue. It's queued up. It's pending. It's going to come through. So like if we somehow miss a message or want to like replay it just manually, I think this is going to do it for us. So it's running, but we're not getting any values yet. Let's reset this one, just because that one seems to be behind a little bit since we've been playing around with things. Let's bump back this queue a little bit. I think we can do something like, let's do a quarter of a second. See what that can give us. So now, if we say, how goes it? We get a render. That one showed up. So if we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That looked a lot better. We're still not getting, oh. Expanded the window. So now what's cool about this is we can go into our queues. We can requeue. Actually, we won't be, because we're relying on that, which is a little bit annoying. Is there any way we can? So there's a timestamp. We could use the timestamp. We're getting the data coming through. So we are setting that, and if we do timestamp event.timestamp, that'll give us the value And then if we say in our chat, say channel alert.timestamp. I don't know if we actually had a timestamp in there before. Event ID, event ID. Here, raw. There is no timestamp anywhere. So I think that's going to be fine. We're sort of like conflating these APIs a little bit here. But then that'll let us requeue stuff. So if we do requeue, check the render method of that. It shouldn't be in there yet. So it could be that like that's undefined. Arguments. The logs that we're getting are coming from blah, 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 blah. Channel alert. This should be set here. So we're getting an event, and if we do console.log event, let's remove the other ones. You got this one taken out. I'm actually going to remove this. I think that's starting to cloud the logs that we're seeing. We're just seeing way too much. So let's requeue. We are getting a timestamp. You're getting an event and data. So, and we are logging out here. So we are passing through an event.timestamp. And the event.data.arguments. So our channel alert should have an timestamp. Channel alert.timestamp. So if we all alerts and channel alert. Let's just log out console.log channel alert. And that, I think they could potentially end up landing on top of each other, but wow. Is it timestamp undefined? Whoa. Why would we be getting I don't know why we would be getting that to log out so many times. So, index 67. Oh, re-rendering. Yep. Okay, that makes sense. So what is do we just not have a timestamp there? Is that the issue? It says we got a timestamp on line 205. On line 205, we've got a timestamp, and that is the event. Oh, capital S. I don't really like that. I don't think of timestamp as 2 words, and I think that's the casing. When the casing was decided, that was determined to be 2 words. I don't feel like timestamp is commonly presumed to be 2 words. There we go. So now we can continue to requeue, and I'll come through. Boom. Is that it? Did we get it? Are we done? I'm kind of okay with that. We got a little bit of bounce. It's kind of fun. There's a little bit of play in there. I think I still have the apply and post on here. Yep, we can eat stuff. Let's turn down that apply a little bit. And we do have a friction in there, which should hopefully mean that they don't like get into like weird stacked positions. Where is that apply impulse here? If we do like 100, it's still going to be a good amount, and I mean it's all relative now to the density. So if I queue a bunch of these up, so we get a stack in there, and I eat this one. See, doesn't seem like we're moving the other. Whoa. I'm gonna need to bump it up a fair amount because our density is much higher now. Requeue, 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 requeue. That was a little bit too much. We're close. We're close though. Queue some more up. Getting all the 5s in here. Not quite. So 10,000 is too big. 1,000 is too small. Let's do 7,000. And we'll have to be a little bit careful that we can't actually do this in here yet. But I think when we get actions for message deletes, we can so we can't do the recent one actually. I guess I could just say message deleted. Drop a message in there that says message deleted essentially, and then eat. I think we can work with that though. Now let's get the username text in there, and I think we call it. This is gonna work. Well, the width is just a little bit bigger than I would like. Just gonna mess with this, but double checking to make sure I didn't have any important messages, because we've been going for a little bit of time here. Back x divided by 2, 12. Let's say 11. 11.5. 0.5 over too much? Well, no. That might be fine, but we want to make this potentially a little bit smaller, because it is just barely getting cut off. Requeue. That's annoying. So now like some of our text is just a little bit off because yeah, okay, never mind. We're just gonna roll with that for right now. Did I change that? Is that why this is? Is that why it's like wonky? Because I keep forgetting that I need to requeue one every time. Oh, we're lagging here. That. Oh. I'm requeuing. That's annoying. I was not paying attention. Okay, so that, yeah. So what was that before? That was like 12 or something, right? Oop. Off and on. Why is this? Did I bump? I bumped the wrong thing. Okay. I accidentally hit one of these sorts, so I was requeuing old events. Yeah, okay, so that's just slightly too big. I don't know if this is actually going to be doing what I'm hoping it's going to do, but I just want a little bit of a tweak. That text doesn't look bad there. How are we doing over there? It's just a little bit cut off. So this was, I went over, so I'm gonna actually keep that. And requeue. Trim that on and off. And requeue. I'm fine with that. So now let's get the user in there, and I might change the font real quick here, and I think we are going to call it. We are going to call this a win. This was definitely way more involved than I was expecting it to be, but we made it work, by golly. I feel old saying by golly, but we made it work. I expected it to be painful, and we learned a lot, I think, especially with how the physics works with React 3 Rapier. We figured out a whole bunch of stuff, so I don't feel I wish it would have been faster. Now we still have some things like deletions and whatnot to deal with, but we can work with it. Some of this I might actually clean up off stream, which will be fine because it's not going to be. I mean, we've already got what 3 times. We've got like 3 times 4, so like 12 hours worth of us trying to get this to work, which that's a lot. I knew it was not going to be easy, but 12 hours is longer than I was hoping for. That is for certain. And I don't even know if this is like, I don't know if I even like that. I mean, the use frame is calculating every time, but the problem is then we also have the physics system. So like we need to like an on, like there's not a good way to like fire it based off of physics movement too. So like this triggers the first, use effect, which does like, hey, we're doing physics things now, or like we've got the WebGL scene, we've got the WebGL component there, now we can actually start getting the physics things in place, which is the colliders. So we get the collider in place, and then we get, once we have the collider in place, now we need to start like moving it. And like this is very much of a like 3JS API, I feel like. And it just doesn't seem to fit into the React 3 Fiber very well. I think some of this is going to be the library is newer, so like this API just hasn't been like fleshed out. We're still in the implementing types of bodies stage of this. So hopefully this changes, because like this doesn't feel great to do. I feel like I'm fighting the value that React 3 Fiber and React 3 API are bringing to get these events to fire off and make actually make movements. Because all of the other examples tend to be, I mean, they do this though. They do like the use frame and the use effect. And I mean, maybe with this we can chuck that in the use frame and see if it works. But it works right now. I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to get this committed, and then I'll probably see what I can do with cleanup as far as that goes. And all of this might end up showing up in a video because we spent a whole bunch of time on it. That'd be real cool to sort of give a very succinct, like, talk about a TLDR. Here's the 10-minute version of what took 15 hours or whatever it's going to end up being, you know? Okay, we got the use frame. We've got that coming in. Text chat. We want some context based on the person that is saying the thing. So we've got a message. Now we can do a P and say channel alert dot something. Do we have any more? Yep. So this is coming in from line 205, which is not the same structure. Where, I mean, I kind of want to log it out. It would be nice to log it out a bit, but so we got message. Channel alert.message, and we've got event source. That's not going to change. Published at, none of that matters. User. Do we do user or username? That's an interesting question, because that's a little bit of a different use case. We also do have, so like I can't change this. Most of these end up being the same, like username and display are all the same. So maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I'm complicating this. Let's use username and do this, and say we're gonna go like that. We could potentially do different text, and we can potentially do different materials too. So in here we have a material default. So this might be maybe further streams. We're not going to mess around with that today. But I think that's pretty much all that we really need in here. User action, event source. I don't think is subscribed comes through. YouTube events. Is subscribed is not supported. There is moderator and VIP statuses, which What is that for? That must be like the command, or the group. There is groups, so you can set them to like default groups, or there's, I don't know, I guess it's just that. How do I mark somebody as, because we got moderators and subscribers and VIPs, so we should be able to add people to those groups as well. Maybe that's actually coming from Twitch. Or no, is moderator and is VIP. Is that a, can I change that in? Okay, I can't really do it on this UI. Here, let me look over here. If I look at, I can pin messages. I don't know what the heck that would do. Well, maybe that doesn't really matter. I think maybe in like I could potentially mark this on YouTube's side, and it comes through. Oh, broadcast user profile image. Interesting. Dare we? I guess, what do we do, like that maybe? Image, source equals a thing. If we do channel alert dot, is it actually coming through? User profile URL. User. Not broadcast. User profile URL. See, like these are slightly different. Broadcast. I mean, it could be very much like the raw stuff too. So like this, these events are going to be slightly different. User profile URL. Because like we also have the IDs, and this ID matches, I think, what I've got in streamer.pot. So I could look at like the roles and such here. Broadcast username. I mean, this could very well be the broadcast user profile image. I don't know. But let's see. We'll refresh. And this is actually going to potentially, that image is going to potentially goof up. No, it's not. Because the container is based on the height. Thank goodness. Because that would have been painful if that was the case, that I had to do special extra stuff. I don't really want the cap to be so big. I think we say padding top. Well, no, we want left and right. We'll just do it like this. Oh, no. Well, we can do it. We can do it like this. Shorthand is going to be, if left is omitted is the same as the right, if bottom is omitted is the same as the top. So we can say 0 left and right, and let's say 5 top and bottom. That'll give us a little bit of padding here. Hey, how's it going? We are trying to finish up our chat integration, which we're just about done for the day, I think. I just cycled that again. So if we do, I'll re-queue your message. we got things working. Tag image is not recognized in this browser. What? There must be a subset of stuff that only works with this HTML thing. Interesting. We'll come back to that. Oh, I did just put padding there. That feels good. That feels pretty good. And that's all physics. So like when we start throwing other, I think we'll have to redo the scenes a little bit. Right now I've got three, I guess three completely separate WebGL scenes, each with their own physics instance. So I'll have to like shift around where things are located to get them all in the same canvas / WebGL scene and physics group within the same physics space, whatever the word is for that. And then we'll do, like, you can type exclamation mark 3D and then some text, and that will pop up some text, and in that case it's just like coming out of the middle of the screen, so those won't interact. But we've got some things that can drop from here. Can we do in previous streams we made models in Blender, and once I turn that layer overlay back on, or that layer of the overlay back on, then that will actually interact with the chat too. The mass of these is huge, so the mass of those hopefully won't like mess with this too much, but like you might see one of those things bounce off the text chat and like come back, which I think will be really nifty to see, because this, like, everybody just always presumes that this is a separate layer, which I think it'll be a fun thing to kind of play around with. And we also had in Twitch, we had a thing called featured.chat, where we could like pop out a message down at the bottom here, to when we were specifically referring to a message, we could highlight it and get it to pop up. So rather than like trying to point at a message or what have you, we could sort of bring out the focus for a certain thing. This is already pretty. But if we maybe do something where we like freeze all of these, fix them all their locations, and we like slide one out and make it bigger, and then it goes back, I think that would be pretty cool. Because then that whole freezing these, making the one bigger, and then like shoving it out, during that whole process and it being out there, if you drop some of those GLTF models, those will also bounce off the thing too, which I think will be really nifty to see. Because it's all physics. And physics is cool. Despite, what the past high schooler in me might have considered. I definitely didn't appreciate or enjoy physics, I think, until I guess some of it in high school wasn't awful. But I would say physics in college is really where I really started to enjoy it more, despite the teacher's best efforts. So I think we got that working. I dropped in an image, which apparently doesn't work with. Oh, here we got. Let's requeue this. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, the image tag is not supported. I wanted the text in there though. So let's do event state, I guess. Event. Wow, naming is hard. The event is coming in, and then we're modifying. We'll say event data. Because we were modifying basically like the structure of the data slightly, so we don't have to think too much about the structure of it. And now we can do console.log event data. So when we reload, we've also changed how we're bringing in the events. Now they're. Oh yeah, okay. I saw there and I was like, wait a minute. Now they are coming. So rather than a YouTube triggering an event that shows up in our scene, YouTube is triggering an event which shows up in streamer.bot. And we are, instead of listening to the YouTube event, we're listening to the action in streamer.bot. So we can put a delay on here or pause the queue. So I can pause it as I'm talking. That's part of the like. If I want to speak specifically to a chat, I can like hide all the other chat or like pop out the one and just freeze the chat from moving down. And then once it moves back, then we can get the rest of the chat message and such. So we are getting this information. And is this actually a valid URL? Yeah, see, like this is, we're not going to be able to just look at that as far as a source, use that as like a source image. So we might have to we might not be able to do the image at all right now. So that I think there's two things going on. There's I'm not certain if we don't have it open. I'm not certain if, is it dry? I think it's dry. Oh. Maybe it's just dry. Yep. I'm not certain if this HTML integration supports, like, what is there limitations? It doesn't say it. I guess, is there any images in any of these? We can look at their examples real quick. Is there any images in the demo? Because if there is, then maybe we'll try to do it. Not today, but maybe in the future. Spot, presentation, controls, shadows. Where's the HTML? HTML here. So span, and it's basically this little piece over here. We can click it. So that's a no. They're using, I'll call it purely text. This is doing hero page. Hero page is an import from here. Image. It is doing an image, so we can do. Oh wait. Ha. You know what I did? I goofed this up. This should be image. That image is wonky. Also, I used the wrong image. Do we not actually get the image through? Okay, so the broadcast. So this is always going to be me. User profile URL. I don't know if that's actually an image, so we might not be getting the image itself. Let's turn on the stream events real quick again. And event. Let's just double check to see if the event that's coming through here, if that event is actually has different information that we see in the raw StreamerBot event. So we get two events: YouTube message, raw action. This says data. Message user published at. So it is different. Which is unfortunate. It might be a matter of like well, I mean, it might just be not labeled well. This profile image URL is user profile URL. We could give that a shot real quick. Also, in our DOM node, it is expanding outside of the box. So we're going to potentially need to do a little bit of CSS work there. I am just drilling all everywhere to... Where is chat message? I am... Pro user, or yep, okay. So this is potentially going to have to be something where we set it to say height is what is a good height for this? This maybe? And we might not even want to have this on for right now. Just testing it out, and interesting that it shows up. Can OBS not do... It seems OBS can't deal with that, which is sort of interesting. We're just gonna take it out for right now. Just put a pin in it. Let me get... I want to look at the node here. HTML. I want to get that div positioning, or the spacing between these two elements smaller. So each of these P's has a margin. I am going to remove the margin, I guess. We do have margin set to 0 for the whole container. If we do, was it dot container P? Is that yep, so we have an element container, and if anything within it, if it is a P, then it's gonna get this. So we'll just nix out the margin for right now. I think that's going to look a little bit better. We still get quite a bit of space there. Did I we got a container. Oh, and then there's a div. We got a containing div. Is this elements P? Yep. I am a little bit surprised at my CSS lately. I'm okay with that. I think that's gonna be fine for right now. Let's pop up the chat again in here. This is something that we can push up and we can roll with, and we'll tweak it as we go. I'm okay with that. I think I'm okay with that. We can play around with colors and materials. And I think what's going to be cool too is that's actually a material which is affected by light. If we do the thing where we're going to do the future.chat and pull it out and talk about it and move it back, that whole process, that whole transition, depending on how we did the lighting, the lighting on it is going to change. So as it moves, you know, like here, the lighting on my face is changing. Like it's, we're going to be able to see, this is sort of a nifty material where we, depending on how the light hits it, it's actually changing colors. It's sort of like a metallic-y. So we'll get a little bit of that metallic as it moves out and gets bigger or whatnot. So I think it'll be really cool. Actually that movement and the moving it out, I think that's going to be easier than the integration that we had to do, because we can just scale up the whole thing. We don't have to like figure out the height of the container or anything like that. So we can, I think we can really have some fun with it. I think we call that done though. We're done enough for now. I'm gonna save that, but let's change the font real quick. Rabado CSS. I'm not gonna bother pulling it in and like rendering this or anything like that. Here. No. What's flex? I don't want to download it. I just want to reference it directly. Well, supposedly it says you can do a link. Glyphs, type tester, specimen. Maybe they changed it. Yeah, see, like that's just gonna download it. So, yeah, so flex is the variable, which is pretty nifty integration here. If you haven't worked with variable fonts, the idea is that like the font is variable. So rather than having to include 7 different versions of the Rabado font, I can include one. It's a little bit larger, but I can scale it. So I can use that for my heading and my body text and, you know, all these different heading levels with bold and whatnot. And it's all variable scaling effectively. So I don't really care about okay, all right. I don't really care about flash of unstyled content because it should just load and just always be there. I just want the direct reference to it. I'm just gonna reference it directly from the site for right now. Yeah. Sure. I do need the import. I don't know if that's a module thing. I think that'll work. And then we do this. Let's give that a shot. Some of this is going to be dependent on Vite and how it's doing the bundling and if it understands that. Hey, here we go. Okay. I like that. I like that. I think there's a Roboto bold. And we could potentially change the text per, so we can do like a header or something like that. And have some of it bold and some of it not or whatnot. Maybe it isn't bold. Whatever, it's fine. We're gonna call it. We're gonna call it on that. I think we've checked all the boxes. Doing in just the last couple tests here. I want to put it up here and see what it looks like. And I mean, there is a little bit of like wonk going on there. Very technical term, wonk. But I think once it's loaded, our just requeuing events here. It's not bad. There's still a little bit of jank there. It's not bad though. I think I'm okay with that though. So once it's loaded, I think things are gonna kind of work as you might expect. And at some point we do actually need to like despawn some of these, but we are modifying the state and just popping them on there. So now here, let's get a different message in there. Interesting. We may have to play around a little bit with the testing of this. But why? Because it could be, it's also like despawning them. So the question is, what is causing that? So if the length is greater than that, then it's for slicing it. We probably want to do something like, this is a single line of text. We've got, what, 10 of them in there now, I'm assuming? Maybe we go up to 15. Because there's going to be a little bit of bounce and stuff in there. Turn this off. Turn it on. Let's key up some. The leg. So just the loading of it, there was a little bit of lag. And that's why this happened. Which is fine, because you know it's sort of a first load situation. So now it should, yeah, basically be going all the way to the bottom. I think that's fine. And I'll just despawn them as we don't need them anymore. I don't have to worry about it anymore. And gravity is going this way, so like it's never going to, I don't think it's ever really going to be an issue. We do have a little bit of a gap on the end there too. It does look like it just sort of cuts off, but that is like perspective. So if we do the thing where we move it out, it's going to, we're going to like see those other edges. Because the edges that we're seeing here are due to it having thickness. So we can actually see the edges from the depth of the thing. I think we're good. Did we hit it and everything? Is there anything else? We'll want to like get a delete in here. But it's fine for now. If something really happens, I can just kind of reset the scene. It'll be fine for the moment. I've got the, just have the stream button set up to do that. But as we go, I can, we can deal with that more and more. So we'll get like a message delete because I want to delete the message in the chat here, and hopefully we get a message deleted event that comes through. And I even remove. There's a remove button. There's a timeout and hiding. So if I remove my chat message retracted. I don't actually see any anything in here that actually. We don't have an action for it, so we don't see anything. So if I remove the message, nothing. So we might actually have to wait for streamer.bot to fill out the YouTube events a little bit more, because I don't see anything in here that will. There's stream info. I don't see anything that's actually going to help us out here, because all we have is chat messages, so we don't have anything about deletes or what have you. So we could actually wait on implementing that for a little bit, and I'll just have to, toggle turn it on and off again if that's what happens. And is what it is. But once we get a delete event, we can actually do the event and then search through in the list and remove it. So I think that'll work. I think it'll work fine. We'll roll with this. Long stream. Again, it took a handful of hours to get to this point, but this was a rather involved dealing with physics and WebGL and React Fiber 3, how it interacts, plus this HTML helper from Jai. So we knew it was going to be difficult, and that's part of the reason that we did a full week of streaming. We'll flip back over to this. Next week, calendar. Well, I guess it doesn't matter that much. Next week, I think I will end up streaming at least once next week. I believe on Friday, but depending on how things work out, I might end up doing a different day. And then after that, holidays are kind of iffy. But once we get back into routine again, we're going to likely be doing every Friday. But yeah, we've got it's easier to schedule streams in YouTube, and y'all should get notifications if you got that, if you're subscribed. So hit that. Where's the button going to be? Is it right here? Hit that subscribe button. What they say, hit the subscribe button, ding that bell, press the like button. We'll see how lucky I get with the button locations. So you'll get notifications, and we'll see you in the next one. Have a good weekend, everybody. Bye.